Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, you guys, welcome back to another day of trial in the Karen Reed murder trial. We've got some more testimony today. I apologize once again for not being able to stream for day 17. I was on a plane over the Atlantic. I even tried. Mr. Bites was like, you know what, let's see if you can possibly stream it. I tested it out and it was not working. It was, I was not exactly optimistic about the chances. But yeah, it was it did not work. And even actually watching the trial on the plane got very, very spotty. So we do have a recap that is coming out today. Unfortunately, it's not ready before today. That really wanted to have that happen, especially since it's a longer weekend. But as you guys, I think, probably know, I was also going to a wedding this weekend. So I was having to sort of do work on planes that maybe had some spotty internet. And then also, in between wedding festivities and all this kind of stuff, because we were good friends. We are still after the weekend. We're still good friends with the groom. So anyway, it was a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I hope you guys had a great weekend too. It was a nice long one for all of us. Those of us in the United States, it's Memorial Day. So a day of remembering our fallen veterans who are no longer here for, whether they were lost in combat or afterwards. It's a beautiful, beautiful day to remember them. Yeah, it's also one of those times it's like nice to be back in the US for. So we love our life overseas. We absolutely love it, but it's also great to be back in the US, seeing that American flag, feeling that American patriotism. Love it, love it, love it. Anyhow, so that recap will be coming out today. It's being worked on, it's being finalized, and it's either going to come out either during the lunch break or after today's testimony. I know I posted earlier on social media about today that it was going to be a half day. I was totally mistaken. Thank you folks for jumping in to correct me quickly on every single posting. I think folks were like, no, it's a full day because this is the only day this week that we are hearing from the court. So yes, as I said, full day today. We've got the morning session, afternoon session. Morning will direct right into the afternoon session as usual. So we've got everything set up for all of that. So, all right, let's talk just a little bit about Friday's testimony, because I know it's the court feed has started, but we'll get caught up as usual. You guys know this, right? So pretty crazy, right? I mean, we've heard about Brian Higgins up to this point, up to day 17. And so, his friendship with Brian Albert, some people were like okay with admitting that they were friends. Others like wanted to hide that they were friends for whatever reason. There's a lot of like weird behavior in this trial by a number of the witnesses, particularly the Alberts and the McCabe's. So yesterday was very interesting. Was not expecting to see all of those weird text messages, weird, or maybe not weird, but flirtatious text messages between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins. He testified that she kissed him. And so this to me seems like, I don't know, there's a lot of different interpretations about it. And I'll go into more detail about it in the recap. The really quick bottom line upfront version of my take on this is, she had a bruised ego from Aruba. So it does turn out that there was a little bit of festering on her end. Maybe they talked things through, her and John, but she wasn't quite feeling resolved about it. And she, had a bruised ego and wanted to like get back at him, or even the scales of cheating by cheating in the same way that she thought that he did. So that's my interpretation of what that was. Does that mean that she's willing to murder John? I don't know. I mean, I know of plenty of people who have been in a situation like that and not dealt with it in a healthy way like this, and who have decided to sort of even those scales. And once they're even, like, it's like they feel resolved. Obviously that can create a lot more other issues, but whatever, regardless, neither here nor there. So anyway, so does that mean that she, was willing to go so far as to murder John after that? I don't know. I still need more personally. But anyway, so that's that. Then of course there is the highly questionable testimony about his cell phone, which was where it ended. Alan Jackson had another, like, sort of a slow grind kind of wind up all the way until the very end of his cross-examination for the day, where the very last question was asking, did you drive on to a military base, take out your SIM card and destroy it, throw it in one dumpster, and then throw your phone into another dumpster? And of course he denied it. Brian Higgins, of course, denied it. But, Jackson was not able to do any follow-up questions because he was warned several times before that point that this was his last question. And so Judge Cannone finally was like, nope, that was your last question. We're ending for the day. So, yeah. Where is it going to go today? We're definitely going to be picking up. And I think, in my opinion, it's definitely going to be picking up with this testimony right here about that cell phone. How much further are we going to go on cross-examination? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe there's more fireworks that we had not anticipated. So, okay. All right. So that is, I believe, everything. So let's get to it, shall we? All right. We're going to bring this up over here. And, before I forget, Lally Tally. I have to do it because folks will ask about it. Lally Tally, going into day 18. The total after day, I should have said day 16 on my tweet. Anyway, so total after day 16 was 1123. After day 17, there were 49 of them. So now going into day 18, there's a total of 1,172. 1,172 what if any's. So that's where we're at. And yes, I will be getting that poll updated as soon as we start the testimony. Okay. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll pull this up here. And
in this case with anyone. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow?
Okay. And now we're bringing up
Yes, I do.
Mr. Higgins.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Higgins.
Good morning.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sir,
Hang on. I'm confused. We had Alan Jackson doing the cross-examination before this. So why is David Yannetti getting up? This is very interesting. I mean, he's also a great cross-examiner. So, but I'm just a little bit okay. All right. We're noticing these things.
Provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete. I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
Well, that's an interesting answer. And also, yeah, I see folks in the chat saying that Alan Jackson is in California, it sounds like, today for some other cases that he's got to be on. So that's interesting. Okay, fair. All right.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. What did he say before?
Direct your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So what did he say about the factory reset back on May 5th, 2023? Also, if you guys are enjoying this, please do like the video. It does help to push it out to the YouTube algorithm gods who can help bring in more people into the Boston Tea Party.
May I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right. So your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so that's what that means, right? If he says, I didn't say that, and somehow that ended up in the report, what does that mean? That means someone got it wrong and you're saying it's not you. What is, what is it with all of these witnesses? This is like the Jen McCabe playbook here. It's either I don't recall, or it's you butt dialed someone in the middle of the night and you butt dialed to them back after they butt dialed you. So many butts dialing phones in this case. And then when there's some kind of a report that says that you said otherwise, well, no, I didn't say that. Like, I mean, okay, we know that there is plenty of evidence in this case of at least the Canton PD being completely incompetent, right? Red Solo cups. We don't need to say anything more, right? But like, I mean, come on. For every inconsistency, this is just wild.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's.
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card.
He does this. He did this on day 17 too, when he was like, well, the tall, dark-haired man, I said that I believed there was a tall, dark-haired man. That doesn't mean that I saw a tall, dark-haired man, but I believed that there was a tall, dark-haired man. Like, what is that? I'm sorry, sir. What exactly does that mean? What is a jury supposed to take from that?
Or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm not
I would have.
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today Did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
His butt
Cut
did
it up or broke it.
His butt broke it. That's what happened.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes,
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
no, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, "I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone"?
yes, I did say that.
And sir, what is the purpose of that? Like, come on, we all know that the reason why
In fact,
that the reason why he wouldn't want someone to put it in their phone is so that they don't access his data. Like that's the whole point. That is the whole point. Like what other thing is he concerned about somebody putting that SIM card into their phone for? Like he's just jealous that they're going to have the phone number, or actually not even the phone number. Like he's just jealous that they'll have, I don't know, the SIM card. Like it's just ridiculous.
either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used the passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir, it would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand, but are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Or with my
What was it?
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive to a
was
military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you
Also, he said that he's like, I was cutting through a military base, as if going through a military base is any kind of a shortcut. I don't know if any of you have been on a U.S. military base. I mean, I know we've got a lot of folks that are international too. So I will explain this as a military spouse. I do have access to military bases. In order to get onto one, you first have to show a military ID. You have to stop at the gate, show your military ID. They've got to scan it. They've got to check it. They've got to check, around your car to make sure that everything is safe, what you are bringing onto the base. There's a process. Sometimes there's a line even to go through and get on. It's not exactly the most convenient place to go through for especially if you don't have any business going on there. it can be a kind of an inconvenience actually. So to be like, well, I was just cutting through, I needed to get to the other side of like what was on the other side of this military base. And so, it was a shortcut. It was just a shortcut going through this military base. Like that's just not a thing. So it's kind of weird. Like maybe he had other business that brought him to the military base, right? He's a federal ATF agent, and he was in the Army. I don't think he testified that he's like still in the reserves or anything like that. But like, so maybe he still has access to the base. Maybe he's, he's as a veteran or something, he still has some kind of access. I don't know. But like, it's just a weird turn of phrase to be like, I was just cutting through. It just doesn't make sense.
Drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos.
Also, sorry, Debray Peralta, I meant to bring this up. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. We will be having a members only live stream this Friday at 10 a.m. East Coast time. So I hope you can join us for that. And also to all the folks, I saw that some folks also joined in over the weekend. So welcome to those guys as well.
On that phone, did you not?
Sorry, I'm going to go back.
Photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well,
Also, I don't understand why he didn't like turn in his phone to like an Apple store to like get a discount on his next phone. Like that's usually what people do. I don't know.
you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Oh boy. That was, yeah.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
I had to. There was just too much. There was just too much going on there. All right, guys. So, let's get, really quick. Rachel Lawston, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us for our next members only live stream. All right, let's get to redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh boy.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down on the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground. Yes.
And about how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road the fall later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention to the back there, specifically the back page, but a little bit before that.
So bringing it back to those
If you could
text
just let me know
messages.
whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of them. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
But you did tell your boss that she kissed you, didn't you? Didn't that come out on cross-examination also? Or was that on direct examination? He talked with his boss about something related to this stuff. I remember him saying.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you?
Sir, your text messages tell a very different story. I'm sorry, but you definitely were trying to get clarity from her. You kept asking her, "Now what?" Like, I'm sorry, but you were trying to get some clarity on that. So, I mean, you can say that now, but the texts definitely tell a different story.
Have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing. Unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the phone.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to that, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained
Pretty
as to the
vague.
form, Mr. Long.
Pretty vague.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Call logs say otherwise.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
Man, cross-examination can also it can extend into redirect sometimes. I mean, this is a pretty powerful case of cross-examination. I'm not gonna lie.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testified on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area. Is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a document to place one before you. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lord.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records?
Objection. Form of the question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
I mean, 18 entries in one day. Seems like a lot.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion?
Objection.
Yeah, that's
I'll allow
not
that.
what.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
Then why did you throw it into a dumpster after destroying? Like, I can understand destroying the SIM card anyway, just like to be careful, right? But like, why throw your phone into a dumpster? Like, why not why not trade it in? Like, that's right. I don't know. Like that seems like that would make more sense. And why do all of that on a military base? Like, that's just very, very strange. Let me get one question here that was related to that. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, Veronica B. Is there any gain for him to throw something out on a military base as opposed to wherever? I mean, yeah, I guess maybe there's something more specific, but my immediate thought is that, it's not the same sort of like trash pickup as your normal municipal trash pickup, right? Like, this is the military handles its own trash. So, it's also like less access, you, like I said before, you need to go through security. You have to be able to be granted access. Not everybody gets access. You've got to have some kind of a military ID card, generally speaking, or be with someone who has one, in order to get access onto a base. So, yeah, I mean, that would be the biggest thing that I can think of for that. But I don't know if there's something more specific than that. But it's like, why go through all that effort then if you're like, oh, well, I'm allowed to because the motion was denied by the court.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns. And so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of
See, and like that would be fine. But again, why throw your phone into a dumpster? Why do the extraction yourself? Why do a very, very small extraction before you throw it into a dumpster and destroy your SIM card? Like, I can understand that because of his justification that he just gave. I can personally accept that because that's some work that he does. But like, it also means that he probably was a bit less careful with his information before that. So him going to these extreme lengths here at this point, I don't know. It sounds like he is suddenly taking behaviors that he was not taking beforehand in all of this. I don't know. It just doesn't, there's a lot that doesn't seem to fit here.
work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
Which is also important.
And as far as photos or
That's also
videos,
evidence.
or what if anything like that did you even have one?
I didn't have much in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military
Not buying
base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
I'm sorry. I'm calling up BS on him taking his trash. Like he has a house that has a trash bin that has, I'm sure, trash, like a trash day where the truck comes by and picks up his own trash. Why go all the way out to a military base to toss a bag of trash from your house? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I understand if you're living overseas, for example, and there are some places that like don't recycle in the same ways that we do in the United States. And so you want to, be good for the planet. And so you take your recycling onto the base to recycle it. Like that I can understand. But this is this is in Massachusetts. Like, what are you doing taking a trash bag from your house and bypassing your own trash bin that's going to be picked up on trash day just so you can take it all the way out to a military base? That doesn't make any sense at all to me. I'm sorry. Like, I understand going to get gas. Gas is generally cheaper on a military base. I get that. If you want to go to the commissary, for example, you can get good, decent groceries. They tend to be less expensive very often than other places. Like, you can get better deals by going to places like that. But like, taking, like, I'm sorry, the trash bag part is that's what gets me. That's what gets me here.
Did you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
What?
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference
Okay, that surprises me. That really surprises me.
to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
He was shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, John?
Yes.
Also,
One
Jen
moment,
Klein,
Sean.
Yes.
thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us for our next members only live stream.
Sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not. No.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
No further questions.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Stand up and stretch. In the meantime, we will fast forward to some recross here.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Yeah.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
So again, why did you throw the phone in the trash then? Why did you go through all that other extra effort on top of that?
You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
Okay.
And September happened.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That timing doesn't work. That timing doesn't work. If you were so alarmed by it, why didn't you go that day? Why didn't you go the next day? Why didn't you go the day after that? Or maybe a week afterwards? Like, I'm sorry, that the timing of it is much, much, much closer to, oh, it just so happened to be the day before you got a subpoena for this motion to have you preserve your phone information. He was so concerned that it made him freeze in place that he wasn't able to do anything about it. That's how concerned he was.
Happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About
might have
5
been
minutes ago.
might have been a word I used. Yes.
It was.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something. Yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss
Yep.
about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that. No.
But you don't deny it.
So how is the kiss less embarrassing than the text messaging thread? How okay. All right.
Sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Yeah.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Well, he tossed the word out there. The jury heard it, so we'll see.
one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone. Yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, who's next?
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
May we approach?
Sure.
They're going to approach. Who is it going to be? Okay. Oh, and then it's going to be, I believe, a sidebar.
Thank you. You may be seated close to
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. And by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
Court, all rise.
Okay. So this is going to be,
So you're just going to end?
okay. So this is going to be one of the kids. So either niece or nephew. So it says here, witness identity withheld. This is important here. All right. We're going to go through some questions here. And let's see. All right. Well, we're going to make this live. Okay. So now we're all caught up. We're going to go through some questions, and then probably what's going to happen is when we finish the questions, we'll end the stream and we'll pick up for, wherever they pick up. I'm going to keep monitoring. And so we'll pick up as soon as they have that coming up. But I anticipate that this probably will take until lunch, right? Let's see, what time is it? It's 10 a.m. East Coast time. So it could go a couple hours, maybe not. Either that, or should I keep the stream going, but kind of like basically do what Court TV is doing? I'm not sure. I hadn't thought this through. Okay, well, let's at least get questions from the chat. And I will say, so some folks are asking, like, what's happening here? So because these two witnesses are minors, they are children. They, even though their names have been said many, many, many times throughout this trial, to include by the prosecution, they are in fact minors. On the witness list, they are identified by their initials. It says like minor by the name of like KF or something. So we do know that they're minors. There's an order in place to protect their identity, meaning that they, when they do eventually testify, assuming that they testify, which of course now we know that they are in fact testifying, that they, so while they're testifying, there's no televising their testimony. The people who are in the courtroom are forbidden from giving any sort of like specific description of them or like their personal information. This is all to protect their identity because, like I said, they are minors. They are vulnerable, particularly so, more so than other witnesses. This is entirely appropriate. This is what happens very often. Like typically this is what happens with minors testifying in a case. And this is a very high profile case. So, so that's a big reason why. Okay. Todd Hayden, what do they mine? Not those kind of miners. That's like Galaxy Quest. That's the good one. Okay. All right, let's get some questions in here. All right, starting with the top. Baz 80s question: with the phones conveniently being destroyed or thrown away the day before the court order ×2 so far, isn't that evidence of evidence tampering? Yeah, but what is that enough to like bring a charge for evidence tampering? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, the jury is definitely going to be thinking about that and making conclusions about that. So, you know, it's still going to be impacting the jury regardless of whether or not they are, tampering with evidence. But at the same time, it doesn't run afoul of the evidence preservation order. So because technically it is outside the limits, and and then I guess he tossed his phone in a dumpster when when the order was already denied by the court. So eh you can't, it's like legally not sure if you can really get him, but the jury is definitely going to make some conclusions. The Lucian question: can a witness invoke the fifth midway through testimony? No, it's kind of an all or nothing thing. So um either they invoke it or they don't. They testify or they don't. It's do or do not. There is no try, essentially, when it comes to the Fifth Amendment. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, can Brian Higgins be charged with a federal crime based on his testimony last time? So there was that that offer of proof before about, I think that had to do with the kiosk. I think the FBI kiosk. I don't know the like the rules or the laws on that specifically for how whether they can use that for personal use. Generally speaking, there are a lot of laws on federal employees not using federal resources for their personal stuff. So can he be charged? Potentially. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know. I don't know the specifics around his particular things that he's done here. Shirokana question: when you were/are in the trial room, do you have that song in your head when someone's being suspicious? How do you maintain decorum? Because I'm listening and I immediately smiled. So yeah. The reason why I have those pop up on screen is because those are in my head anyway. So they're there. They're there for sure. But in the moment, it's just you maintain your focus forward, and that's just, I don't know, that's just how I do it. James Bozeman, will a female defense attorney have more floor time? I don't know. Possibly. I mean, if Alan Jackson is not around today, but we've had many days where it's like all David Yannetti for a few days, or all Alan Jackson for a few days. So, I don't know. Miss Little might get more time, which would be good. I mean, she's done fairly well so far. Buttercup 203 question: how does defense know he did that at a military base? Well, he testified to it before. So that did come up at a hearing that he I guess had volunteered that before. KJ Height question: isn't that illegal dumping referring to throwing his trash onto a military base? Not necessarily. I think if you've got access to the base, you can also throw trash out at the base. Let's see here. L. Borate, Legalbytes: why is consciousness of guilt sustained? He asked if he was familiar with the term. It was, I believe it was because, sorry, I'm also trying to get some of these questions while I do. I'm doing multiple things at once as usual. The reason is because it was asking for, it's a legal term. So, would he not know about what consciousness of guilt is? It's kind of outside the scope of what a lay person can testify to. Alrighty. Splits personality question: is there a media account that may be tweeting questions and responses of this testimony? Well, I mean, there are journalists that are live tweeting from the courtroom, and they're giving some are giving actually pretty detailed reporting of the testimony. I don't know if they're doing like an exact transcript though. I haven't quite seen that. The Rubber Duck 77, were the texts from Higgins extractions or just screenshots? If screenshots, wouldn't he need the phone to prove authenticity? So I think that may be also why. So he testified that he gave screenshots to Trooper Michael Proctor and to Trooper Yuri Buchanan. But at the same time, he also had that one extraction for all those text messages. So I think that's the backup that he has for those screenshots. Tori Matthews question, will the transcript of the minors be available later so we will know what they said? I see what you're saying. Actually, let me see here. Let me pull this up to see if there's anyone tweeting the testimony while we wait. Okay. No, this is one journalist here, Ted Daniel, said chief court officer just told all media we cannot tweet or take notes on a computer while minor children testify. I'm complying with that directive. We'll post after their testimony is done. Okay. So, and Sue O'Connell from NBC also said, we're in a quick recess. This is like 17 minutes ago. The next witnesses are John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. Per court order, there will be no video or audio broadcast of their testimonies. Media is not allowed to transmit any of the testimony live during their testimony. So yeah, we'll get some. So they can't take notes. They can't do any live tweeting. So they're going to have to basically just sit and listen and then kind of give their impressions afterwards. All right. Okay. Me, my drone, and I. Can the media report regarding the substance of the children's testimony? So yeah, they can report later, just not during. Jen Phil 4400. Also, sorry, let me just make sure that I've got these questions here. Okay. All right. Wouldn't people come out of the houses if they heard a crash? I mean, you would think so. You would think so. I mean, maybe not. It kind of depends on like how well these homes are insulated, what the car crashed into. I don't know. It depends. They also none of the neighbors apparently opened their doors the next morning when the police and the fire trucks and the paramedics and all of that were there with the lights flashing. And I don't think they had any sirens blaring, but yeah, I don't know. So it seems like no one was really disturbed during this entire process. All right, Desiree Bula, another question. Sorry, I'm not too familiar. No worries. We love questions around here. Is the media the only one excused while the minors testify? Well, no, the media is allowed to be there. They're allowed to be there and they're allowed to watch, but they are just not allowed to report on it while it's happening. El Borate, Legalbytes, follow up to the Lucian. Can the jury be made aware of invoking the fifth by a witness? Yeah, I mean, it usually comes with some kind of an instruction. Well, if it's a witness who's not the defendant, I actually don't know. That's something that I should ask someone who has done a lot of criminal trials. But probably not. I know that for defendants, if the defendant chooses to invoke their Fifth Amendment rights and not testify, that comes with an instruction to the jury saying you are not to infer any amount of guilt, by the defendant because of this. This is their right under the Constitution, et cetera, et cetera. James Bozeman, question is changing answers while on the stand. Would that be considered perjury? I mean, yeah, if you're lying under oath, or at some point previously you lied under oath, that does come with a potential of penalty of perjury. But how many times have people been sort of caught in some kind of an inconsistency and it doesn't result in a perjury charge? That's because there's a big difference between a basic inconsistency while testifying and perjury. Perjury is like the much more serious end of that spectrum. which requires a very big lie on that, and to really be caught pretty hard in that lie. Rebecca Anderson, Legalbytes. Have you ever had a Perry Mason moment in court? I have not. So full disclosure, I have gotten as far as bringing all of the banker's boxes into the courtroom for trial, and then settling the case, like literally in the courtroom right before we were about to start. I was so mad. Civil litigation does not afford you nearly as many opportunities for actually trying cases as criminal cases do. But one of these days I want to rectify that. I really do want to try some cases at some point. It's just one of those things that's like, it bugs me. But I do have a lot of litigation experience, a lot of advocacy experience with through law school and through my litigation practice that I've done over the years. Mountain Princess 207, Legalbytes, are you drinking enough water? We have yet to see the wine bottle today. Well, so yes, I'm not in that hotel room that had those clear glass bottles with the clear liquid, right? That looked a little bit like vodka, but I do have this. So, definitely vodka. No, of course not. But yes, I am drinking enough water. I made sure to supply myself with plenty here. So thank you so much for checking up on me. Spider C3 question. So Higgins wouldn't have been able to plead the fifth after speaking with his lawyer. No. Well, I mean, he could, but all of his testimony would go away. And that would definitely leave an impression on the jury if all of a sudden they, like, his testimony goes away, they're supposed to ignore it. Then at that point, the judge probably would give an instruction about the Fifth Amendment to the jury as well on that, because he's like started to testify and didn't. Yeah. Jerry Roth, why does the judge sound so happy to let Higgins off the stand? Well, she kind of always does, right? Like anytime a witness starts or ends, she kind of turns to the attorney that's up next and says, like, okay, Mr. Lally, you can start, okay, Mr. Jackson, you can start, like she does that in a very friendly way. And then at the very end, she like thanks, like tells the witness that they can go in like a kind of a kind way. That's just kind of how she normally is. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, what was the prosecution's point on redirect? Well, they were trying to clean things up. Like that's always the point of any redirect, is to try to sort of shore up the inconsistencies that may have come up on cross-examination, or to basically just clean up the testimony overall. Did they do that? Did Lally do that on this particular redirect? I don't know. I mean, I don't, like, for example, I don't know what was the point of Lally asking about those days between January 19th and January 23rd when they didn't text one another, like at all, because that means that basically Karen texted with him. Like that shortens the time in which Karen was like substantively texting with him. It was between what, the 12th and the 19th then? So like instead of the 12th and the 23rd, like that means that it was like a week of her texting with him and like soothing her bruised ego. All right, let me get these other questions here while we continue on. Okay. Shiro Kana, Legalbytes, do the lawyers cross/redirect differently for minors? I'm scared for them. I mean, they should. They should. Anytime you are dealing with minors, or really anyone that has maybe some particular sensitivities, ideally you do want to change your tack when you're when you're questioning them, and keep in mind, we can't see any of this testimony, but the jury can. So the jury is going to see if either of these sides are seemingly mistreating these witnesses who have been through so much. On cross-examination, for example, the defense does not have any interest in badgering these poor kids on various things that have happened because they've been through so much. It's just not going to look good to the jury. So there's always that, which is going to be sort of helping to tamper the tone of either side. But these defense attorneys, I think, do know how to take a very different kind of a tone depending on the witness. They've shown us that with other witnesses, like Brian Albert Jr., for example. I can't remember if that was who cross-examined him, but I remember thinking that the tone with him was much more friendly, much less like antagonistic against him. So, that was, I mean, yeah. Also, yeah, I Love Pie. They might not even cross-examine them. Who knows? They might not. All right, getting some more questions here. Okay. Swarley, why does it matter if it is now or later? I don't know the context of your question. If we're talking about the kids or are we talking about the Fifth Amendment? I'm sorry, I might need a little bit more information on that one, some context for it. Splits personality question. Do you think the jurors will think negatively of prosecution regarding bringing in children to testify? It depends on what they testify to. If what they testify on is material for the case, important information, then it is important to hear from them. But if it seems like they're not really adding anything that we don't already know or we can't already get from other people, I mean, they could potentially be like, why are you bringing these kids in here? That's possible. But like I said, it depends on like what they actually have to testify to. Dave Beatty, trash collection in Barnstable, Massachusetts is done by Pina Sanitation, but they charge for the service. He may be cheap and truthful. Okay. All right. Maybe he's cheap. That's fair. That is fair. That is something that I was not aware of. Maybe that's something that could have come up on from the prosecution to ask, like, why would you go out of your way to throw your trash away at a military base? I don't know. Like that's something that would have been helpful. Maybe these local jurors are aware of that little nuance that we aren't, those of us that are from elsewhere. So maybe that just looks weirder to us than it would to other people. But again, you also can't necessarily assume that people are going to know these things, especially if it's something very unique to that specific town or city or what have you. Lainey Tang, Legalbytes is audio recording allowed in the courtroom, not for this testimony. It is allowed, obviously, generally speaking, for testimony in the courtroom, yes, but not for not for the kids. That is one thing that is expressly not allowed for the kids' testimony. The Rubber Duck 77, Legalbytes, being that he is Leo, is it okay that Higgins just saved what he thought was relevant and not the whole phone? It definitely has a different kind of a look. That and him being prior military, like that kind of like informational security kind of stuff. He has a lot of professional experience dealing with informational security concerns, and being told this is what you can and can't do with certain things, right? Like, there are certain areas that you can or cannot access, with electronics, because of security reasons. So like, we don't know what the jury knows, right? Like we don't know what their background is, what sort of experience they bring in. But we like, so we don't know like what they're going to be bringing in terms of like what they know about law enforcement, about the military, about military bases, for example. But there is, generally speaking, an inference, which the defense has brought up, saying like, look, like we've dealt with, phone security with your work, with investigating, with, like following these targets and things like that. Like what you're doing in terms of tracking them and trying not to have your information tracked as well. Like they did bring that up enough, I think, that the jury could be thinking about that. That does create an impression. Anytime someone brings in as a witness, they come from, particular area of expertise. That expertise comes in as well. That creates an impression. That can be a positive impression that helps them, or it can also be a negative impression that hurts them when they start doing things that someone looks at them and is like, you should know better. You really should know better. Lawyers get that a lot. If a lawyer is a witness in a case and they're found doing some weird, shady things, people are going to look at them even more, particularly, I guess you could say, because, oh, and sorry, yes. So someone in the chat asked, what is a LEO, law enforcement officer? Sorry. So that's referring to the police, to, federal, whether federal or state or what have you. But yeah, I mean, when a witness brings in this extra sort of expertise, it's like, the one example that they often give in law schools is like, if someone is charged with some kind of reckless driving or something like that, and they're not just a person driving, but they are a professional, like, racer, right? Like they professionally race either NASCAR or Formula One or something like that. That is something that's going to come in as an additional area of expertise, that they know what this is, what it means to be driving recklessly. They know what it means to be driving safely. And so it's an added kind of like, well, like you were doing something stupid and it was even more stupid because you specifically should know better. That kind of stuff can come in, and it can have an impact on the jury. All right, Sheena, 4 questions, so they have to answer every question. The 5th is all or nothing. Basically, yes. That's been my understanding. Shirokana, you should merch Legalbytes. Don't be suspicious. Water in those bottles. Yes, merch will be incoming. I've got, it's something that I've been trying to work on. I've got a whole list of things that I want to start selling in the store for this trial. That's going to be coming out in the next few days. So keep an eye out for that, but don't be suspicious is probably going to make an appearance in the merch store. Buttercup 203 question, what's proper pronunciation of your first name? Sorry, I'm new. No worries. It is not a very typical common name. So it's Alita. So it's spelled Alyte. It's a Lithuanian name, actually. That's my ethnic background. In Lithuanian it's pronounced Alita, but in like for non-Lithuanian speakers, I say Alita. So like not a pint, but Alita. It's a thing that helps. Marion Patera question, how was Mr. Higgins permitted to consult with his lawyer while on the stand? Isn't that influencing the witness in the middle of his testimony? Well, so that was during an offer of proof. The jury was not allowed to be, or the jury was not in the courtroom for that part. The whole purpose there was for, was to determine whether or not this line of questioning can come in front of the jury. So there was an aspect of it that did that could have some sort of a liability issue for him. So that is allowed, while they're in this sort of like, can we not, are we allowed to go over this in front of the jury in that area? Yes. Like he can have his lawyer present. His lawyer can be, I mean, the lawyer was brought up specifically by the judge for that. While he was actually answering questions, he didn't have his lawyer like standing next to him in his ear, saying, you can answer this, you can answer that. But it was just for that specific, kind of discussion of that particular part. Desiree Bula. Legalbytes, last question. Pinky promise. No worries. We love questions here. In general, when and why is media allowed in court? I'm from Puerto Rico, and court trials are rarely, if ever, broadcast. Much love to the Bytes family. Thank you so much. The media is allowed. So the why question is because of the First Amendment. So the media is allowed when there is enough public interest in the trial that there is a request by the media to televise. So there are trials happening every single day in this country, and so so not every single trial is going to be televised. Also, not every trial is interesting enough to be televised, I suppose. But let's see here. Right. Okay. So sorry, distracted by trying to capture these. So the why is the First Amendment, right? Because we have a First Amendment right to which Puerto Rico is a territory in the United States. So some things spread to Puerto Rico, other things don't. It's a very interesting sort of area, legally speaking, in terms of like the rights and the benefits that people have in Puerto Rico as opposed to the 50 states. So I haven't done too much. I haven't learned too much about Puerto Rico in those kind of respects. But anyhow, so in the 50 states and in DC, there is a First Amendment right to petition your government, and that includes being able to watch the judicial process. There are aspects of it that sometimes a media request will be denied. Some states are more restrictive than others. New York and California are much more restrictive. California has very strong sunshine laws. So generally speaking, if there's a media request for a trial to be televised in Florida, it's going to be televised. This is why we have a lot of cases on like Court TV and Law and Crime that end up in Florida. It's partly because of that. So when is the media allowed in court? It depends on, like I said, the state laws or state laws, and also the tendencies of that particular court. Sometimes the nature of the case, if we're talking about, like SA cases, rape cases, things like that, it's courts are going to be more likely to be a bit more restrictive on cameras in the courtroom because of the sensitive nature of what is being tried in that case. But yeah. So, okay. Yeah, that's basically it. Dionysia Jaclo question. Oh no. So we will not hear their testimonies. Sorry, still behind. Yeah, we're not gonna hear the testimonies of the two children. So, we'll have to just kind of pick up from what the media says coming out of it. Joey G17, Legalbytes did some digging on the judge. Her brother was a lawyer for Brian's brother years ago on another case of homicide. He got 6 months. Interesting. Was that Brian Albert's brother or Brian Higgins' brother? But either way, that's very interesting. Janet G, Legalbytes, glad to see you back in the US. Are you on a somewhat normal time with the trial now? Maybe 2 to 3 hours earlier start for you? Yes. So actually, I am all the way on the West Coast. So now it's like quite the opposite, where for me it starts later in the day. For me, it starts at 6 a.m. is the 9 a.m. East Coast time. It's 6 a.m. for me here on the West Coast. So it's a much earlier day, which I kind of like, though. I like it. I like getting up early for it. And then, like halfway through the day, it's like, okay, trial is over for the day. Let's get working on this recap right now. So we'll see how this goes. I did that I was here in this exact spot for the very beginning of the Depp trial too. So I remember kind of enjoying that, because it was like, yeah, we could go out to dinner afterwards, with my family and kind of talk about the trial. So it was kind of nice. Okay, and Joey G17, you were talking about Brian Albert's brother. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought for some reason. Alrighty. So Janet G. Oh yeah, we got that already. Let's see. The Rubber Duck 77. Do you think the flirty texts are more of a motive for Karen or Brian? I think they give more motive to Brian personally. Yeah, I mean, to me, without more, it seems to me like, and I'm honestly not trying to apologize for Karen and any of her behavior. I mean, I say this in the recap too, that I think that this is unhealthy behavior by someone who has an insecurity and she is acting on that. But I don't know. I just don't see that turning into murder. Like it is so common for someone to be in a relationship like that where they feel like, they've done, or they've been wronged by their partner. And so they want to kind of get back at them. And as soon as they get back at them and they, even those scales, so to speak, that they're like, okay, well, now I feel okay. Now we're even. Right. And then they're able to move on. That can create other problems because what if they're wrong, for example, right? Like here, we don't even know if Brian actually, in fact, kissed Marietta. Like, we really don't know. It sounds like he didn't, to be honest with you. Like, I actually think that Karen probably was wrong about that, but maybe not. I mean, maybe she saw what she saw and she had a clear view and a clear head and she hadn't been drinking and and in fact, they did kiss and, her brain wasn't playing tricks on her. I don't know, maybe, but even still, like when something like that happens, that doesn't necessarily make two wrongs a right. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, I don't see that turning into murder. Like I said, how common is that, right? For someone to have that kind of a mindset of like, okay, tit for tat. You cheat on me, I cheat on you, now we're even, and then you kind of move on. Like some people are like that. That doesn't make them a murderer. Like, it still needs more for that. For Brian, I can see that being a motive, that he's, very interested in her. I also have seen some people postulating that, what if John saw those text messages or he came across those text messages on Karen's phone from Brian. And so he decided that he wanted to go into 34 Fairview to confront Brian about it. And then that's how that all happened. A lot of alcohol involved. Someone wants to confront someone else and things can go wrong in a million different ways. Possible, but we need facts either way, right? Like, I say this about the prosecution's case. Same thing about postulating about theories for the defense is we do need to keep it tied to facts that are in front of us because that's what the jury has in front of them. So yeah, I mean, it could be a bit of a motive for him. It's possible, but I still need more on that front too. James Bozeman, question. Follow up to Sheena's question. If a witness pleads the 5th, would they be held in contempt of court? No. Nope, because that is it's a constitutional right. So no. There's no, that would be punishing someone for invoking a right that they have under the Constitution. That's not okay. Jerry Roth, are we almost done with prosecutor's case in chief? I would say we probably still have several more days of the prosecution's case in chief because they still have the medical examiner. We've still got to talk to, the medical staff at the hospital that saw him, that treated him, that tried to revive him. I mean, I'm assuming we're going to hear from them. And then there's also all of the experts, right? So, I mean, medical examiner would be potentially an expert here as well, but forensic experts, experts in accident accident reconstruction, to sort of put together how the things that appear on the car and the things that appear on John O'Keefe's body, how those two meet and how you can explain why this caused this. Like, that's what they still really have to do here. There's there's a very large gap in the prosecution's testimony in their case in chief at this point with with them having to explain that. They have yet to explain that. Holly B, how old are the niece and nephew? I think they're 11 and 14 at this point. They're still young. So they're not like so young that, there's like a question of like how much can they realistically perceive? Like they're old enough to have noticed things and perceived things and be able to talk about things in a way that is potentially reliable. But they're young enough that they definitely need protection. Hannah Piper question, why don't they say what the objection is for? Yeah, this is a common question in this case, because the judge has determined that she does not want the basis of the objection to be stated out loud in the courtroom in front of the jury, because she doesn't want that to turn into speaking objections where the two sides are saying objection and making this grand argument in front of the jury. She doesn't want that, because that's generally speaking improper. And that's something that does annoy me when that starts to happen. It happened a lot in the Rust Armor case, a lot, by both sides. That's why that actually was the origin of the catchphrase here of sidebars, not snide bars. Take it up in a sidebar so you don't engage in snide bars in front of the jury. But here in this case, the judge is taking kind of an extreme stance on that. And it certainly prevents the speaking objections from happening. That's for sure. And this sort of like grandstanding that can happen by the attorneys on both sides. But at the same time, in terms of keeping the record clear, accurate, understandable, for purposes of an appeal, it makes things a bit more complicated. But that's why, the attorneys in this case, I think are experienced enough to be able to go to the judge and say, like, may I be heard, or, may I approach, so that they can get some more argument in front of the jury on a particular objection. And all of those sidebars are in fact taken down on the record. So all of that is being taken down by the court reporter. So those will still be preserved for an appeal. Baz 80s question, they need unanimous verdict for guilty. Where's the line drawn between not guilty and mistrial? And if it's a mistrial because of a split jury, can KR be retried? Okay. So let me see here. Okay, I've got one more question here that I've saved. So to convict, they need a unanimous jury. Also, to acquit, they need a unanimous jury. If they cannot agree, if they are not unanimous one way or another, then it becomes a hung jury, which becomes a mistrial. And if it's a mistrial because of a split jury, can KR be retried? Yes, she can. This is what happened to the Menendez brothers as an example. It comes to mind so quickly because this is we have the classic trial series on this channel too that we put on pause for this trial. But this is back in the early 90s in 1993. They had one trial in 93 and then one trial a couple years later, or year later, 2 years later, where they were retried because the first time it ended in a mistrial. So yes, she can be retried. It depends on the prosecution, on the state, on the Commonwealth in this case, to actually decide to bring those charges again and to trying the case again. So, which, I mean, this is a really big case. Would they do it? I don't know. I don't know the inner workings of the Commonwealth's of this particular DA. So yeah, I don't know. Swarley, Legalbytes. Sorry, what I meant was reporting the questions being asked now versus later. I see. I don't know. I don't know why specifically they would be why they would be saying no live tweeting, during during the testimony. I don't know, and other than that, they can kind of assert a bit more control over the kind of information that they do publish later on. you're less likely to give more specific details if it's afterwards that you can't take notes during. And then you also, or at least you can't take notes on a computer, they said. So maybe they can on pen and paper. But it kind of limits the speed at which you're putting information out there, which means that you're less likely to put something out there that is improper if you're slowing down. I think that may have something to do with it. Splits personality. What moments from Friday's testimony were most suspicious / impactful to you? I felt like my jaw was perpetually on the floor that day. I mean, for me, the last question, I actually gasped. I gasped when I was watching it. That was quite that was quite a question. If just as a reminder, it was the question of, did you take out your SIM card, throw it away in one dumpster, and then take your cell phone and throw it away in another dumpster, all on a military base? I was like, I'm sorry, what? So yeah. That was definitely very, very wild. But the butt dials were just like outrageous. Of course, you know, he got a phone call and then he butt dialed his, even though like Brian Albert's, you know, Brian Albert's explanation for his butt dial to Brian Higgins, not at around like 2:30. His explanation was like, well, you know, I was having some sexy time with my wife and I sleep with my phone in the bed with me. And so, you know, maybe his butt literally dialed it. You know, I don't know. But there was at least like that was like, you know, there's movement around that maybe you kind of get knocked into something. I don't want to get into too much detail. It's like weird. I really don't want to be visualizing any of this. But with Brian Higgins, you know, he testified that he put all of his phones on the nightstand and he plugged them in and everything. So it's like, unless he's like, you know, like really, like he really rolls around a lot in his sleep and like his arms go flying and he has a tendency to like hit the table. I don't know. I really don't know. Like his explanation for how he could have possibly butt dialed, or how that could have happened. Like it just, I don't see how it makes sense for him to butt dial in his sleep when it's sitting on the table next to him. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Let's see here. Let me just make sure that I've got these other questions here coming in. Okay, Rebecca Anderson. It used to be my job to remotely exploit mobile phones. With the right equipment, there is nothing off limits, even stuff you never knew existed. Remote access, mic, and camera is possible. Interesting. I mean, but I don't know but how is that impacted if this stuff is taken off the phone already? I don't know. But that is very interesting. Spider C3, Legalbytes was very proud to know how to spell her name. I mean, I'm used to it. Tish, Legalbytes in general, for how long can a lawyer do cross and direct before they start to get tired? It depends. I have seen some very, very long direct examinations and cross examinations. Let's see here. And like for example, sorry, I was capturing more of these. Like for example, the Depp trial. The direct examination of Johnny Depp was like 3 days. Cross examination was like another 3 days. It's a lot. It's these sometimes these testimonies can take a long time. Yeah, but getting tired, it's part of it. There's a lot of adrenaline also in these trials. Like if you talk to a trial lawyer who has done done a fair number of trials. There's an adrenaline rush involved in it that kind of requires some like coming down at the end of the day. And also there's caffeine and stimulants that people can often use to help in the process. But like I said, usually it's adrenaline. Trevor Maverick, will it look suspicious to the jury when the defense calls Proctor and not the state? Um, y- so remember how I've said multiple times in this trial that there are good facts and bad facts for both sides. And when you're the one calling a witness and you know that there are bad facts about this witness or bad facts that this witness is likely to be drawn out of, um, and you know, when they have these bad facts, it is better for the side that is calling the witness to bring those out on direct examination. It's always better to bring it out first because there is a sting to those bad facts. But by addressing them before the other side has a chance to bring them up, you are taking the sting out of that. At least to a certain extent. It always sounds better coming from the side that it kind of hurts a little bit because you're addressing it head on, you're showing you're not afraid of it, you're showing you're not hiding it, and you're just dealing with it. It always looks better. But in this particular case, the prosecution keeps waiting for the defense to bring up these bad facts, and it's it results in a greater dramatic moment, a greater shock. And there are people who have been complaining about the fact that, that the defense is pretty dramatic and has this like entertaining X factor, and I refer to them as a bit razzle dazzle, right? Like this is kind of how I describe the defense attorneys. They are razzle dazzle. They are. There's no doubt about it. There is theater in trial, and being able to exploit it is very beneficial if you can. Depends on personality, depends on a lot of things, but they are very, very good at what they do, and that includes the razzle dazzle side of trial. But the prosecution only sets them up for it when they don't address these things, and it becomes this huge, surprising shock that there is this crazy detail that just happened to be left out by the prosecution on direct examination. The same thing can kind of be true of the same thing can kind of be true of on a grander scale when it comes to certain witnesses. Some witnesses, sure, like wait for the other side to bring them up. You don't need to bring up a bad witness for yourself. If you know that they're going to testify to bad stuff, because sometimes when the defense is kind of forced to bringing up someone that the prosecution doesn't want to call, it can have kind of a clunky sort of effect if they're the ones calling them and you're kind of like, why are you calling this person? For example, if the prosecution had decided to not call Colin Albert and the defense decided to call Colin Albert, I don't know that it would have had the same sort of dramatic effect on the jury if the defense had been the ones to call them. But when it comes to the lead investigator, if the prosecution does not call the lead investigator and then the defense does, that really, really, really looks like the prosecution is trying to hide the process of the investigation and the results of the investigation and his ties to the other people. Like it just looks so much worse. So yes, that was a very, very, very long answer with the luxury of this very long break. That basically, yes, to answer your question, it would look, yeah, it would look very suspicious if they don't call him. Also, really quick, Bonnie Scotland, thank you so much for the super chat. If Alberts and McCabe are really the guilty, dirty cops, what are your thoughts they can get to someone on the jury to flip the vote? I mean, the risk, there's a huge risk in that, right? Because if these are people, the jurors, if they're not people from Canton, they don't know these individuals here. there's a huge risk that those jurors can also then go right up to the judge or to the clerk or to the bailiff or whomever and say, I have been contacted by a witness. I have been contacted by someone who says that they are connected to a witness. And that is something that could result in a mistrial. Like that's a huge problem. And then there's a whole investigation that would come out of that. So that it comes with very, very big risks. So that gives me some comfort that, generally speaking, when jurors are tasked with the role that they are tasked with, for the most part, every once in a while we hear stories about some juror did this or some juror did that. I did a video on a juror who tried to intentionally get a mistrial so that she could go home and then saw jail time as a result. Very, very, very rare. Very rare. For the most part, when somebody's seated on a jury, they take their role very seriously, and they want to continue. They want to continue with their job that they've been tasked with, because they find some very, very important. They find it to be a very important role. All right. Let me see here. Let me just capture these. Okay. Lainey Tang, and also thanks so much for the super chat. Lainey Tang, Legalbytes, adding to my last question about audio recording. I meant by the general public in the courtroom, not the press and media. Then how is it enforced if it's not allowed, like right now? No one is allowed to do any recording at all during this testimony. How is it enforced? I don't know. Maybe they've got some extra security measures for, also, like, there are bailiffs. There are bailiffs in the courtroom that would be watching the people that are there. They're watching, whether they are media or family. I mean, that's basically all that's allowed in this courtroom anyway, because of the size. They're watching them to see if they're doing anything that they're not supposed to be doing. So if somebody like reaches into their purse, and hits a recording button, I mean, I don't know what kind of clarity you'd get on that recording anyway, because it would be muffled by the purse. You kind of have to have it out in the open, and they would see it. They would see it and kick them out of the courtroom. That would be the punishment. Ricardo Oliveira, how big is this trial in the US? I mean, media coverage, people following, because here in Brazil, I never heard of it on any other media. I just knew because I follow some legal US channels. So actually, it's funny. I this weekend I was at a friend's wedding, and there was someone that Mr. Bites and I met that was actually like from Boston, from the Boston area, this couple. And I asked the husband if he had heard about the Karen Reed trial, and he hadn't. He had no idea. But his wife, however, did. She knew all about it, and people at work were talking about it and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. It can be hit or miss in the US if people know about it. But there are some big media folks that are talking about it. So I don't know. I don't know. These kind of cases do get some touch points from time to time. But this one, it's not as big as the Depp trial, that's for sure. But it is known quite a bit in some circles here. Also, Nashe Jones, thanks so much for being a member for 1 month. Hi, Lita. Are jurors allowed fidget items if necessary? Lally's questioning is so bad. I know. It's really hard. Fidget items, I don't know if they're allowed fidget items. Probably not, because that can be distracting, but they are allowed to have pen and paper, for their notes. So they can doodle, they can scribble, they can, make little squares across the page if they need to. That certainly helps. That's probably what I would be doing if I were a juror during some of these direct examinations, to kind of help keep your focus in the moment, because I know what you mean. It's hard paying attention to the way in which he structures his questions. Shan, thanks so much for the super chat. Role of lady near stand who talks into an odd object. I know this is another very common question. So that is the court reporter. That's a special machine that she talks into to take down the record. I don't know exactly how it works. I've never seen it in action in person. But that is that's what she's doing. Emma Lisa 4 question. Do we know who will come after the minors? I do not know. I do not know. We do have the witness list, however. Let's see. So, I mean, I would think we would hear from Trooper Yuri Buchanan, Trooper Michael Proctor. I would think so. There's also a bunch of other Massachusetts State Police officers who are troopers who are on the list. Bunch of them. And then we've got 2 medical examiners. We've got, let's see here, the Good Samaritan Medical Center folks. We've got there's a doctor, there's a nurse practitioner and a registered nurse. Also someone from Bode Technology, a couple people from there. So I think those are probably experts. So yeah, we've got a few people. We've got a handful of people left, I think, for the prosecution to call, for them to kind of round out their testimony, or round out their case in chief, I should say, rather. Alrighty here. Misty Wolf, Legalbytes, does it seem like the judge is favoring one side? At times she has, but I think at this point, yeah, I don't know. I don't I know a lot of people are saying that yes, she definitively is favoring one side. I don't know. She at times she's made some decisions that I've disagreed with. But I don't always disagree with judges. So she's not being super obvious like I would say that we've seen a bit more in other cases, but I don't know. Juror 13 question. What's with Higgins' medical record being offered? Nobody talked about that. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I don't actually know. Maybe they requested some records, and then whatever they requested, when it was handed over, it was kind of a nothing burger. So they decided to just not ask anything about it. I don't know. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, what's the point of the female prosecutor as she just sits there while lollygagging happens? She's in the support role. She's in the second chair. Maybe she'll do some cross examinations. Like maybe the direct Lally's handling all of them, but maybe she'll do some cross. I don't know. We'll see. I would like to see her getting up and doing some stuff. That'd be great. Ricardo Oliveira, Legalbytes, but can one side use this object and let to see if the judge thinks about something to stick? Sorry, I'm not following this question. I don't understand this one. I'm so sorry. If you ask again, maybe I'll, with a little bit more detail, I might be able to answer that one. Nico Kiski, do you think the defense will not cross the minors or keep it really short? I think that the defense is really good at not overdoing it when they don't need to. So it's hard to tell. It's hard to say like whether they'll cross-examine or not, and what they'll do on cross-examination if you haven't seen the direct. So I don't know exactly what they're going to be testifying to. But it's certainly possible. Like they probably want to keep that as short as possible and short, sweet, to the point, if they're going to cross-examine them at all. Yeah, because it's risky. There's a lot of risk in cross-examining a minor. Buttercup 203, how did defense get Higgins' call history if he threw the cell away? Because, well, they did still get the call records from the telephone company. So there's still some information that can be taken from their records, even if the phone's destroyed. That would be call logs. Like that's something that you can get from the phone company by sending a subpoena directly to the phone company. So that's something that can be done. But there's just more detail that they could have gotten otherwise through the witness. Logan Seabach, do we get to hear the audio of the kids testifying? No, unfortunately not. That can't be recorded. It's part of the protective order for them. Med gas guy question: have the coroner or medical examiner testified yet, or any of the forensics? None of those. No, so we're still waiting on those. I'm very much looking forward to what they have on that. Kings and queens, Legalbytes, can kids take the fifth? Yeah. Kids can. I mean, because the question is, could there be criminal culpability potentially attached to their testimony? There are, kids can also commit crimes too. Unfortunately. Grizzly, Legalbytes. I don't know if you answered this already. But so far into this trial, which way are you leaning, guilty or not guilty? Also, so glad I found your channel. Wonderful. Very happy you found us as well. For both theories at this point in time, I'm not convinced that she murdered him. I'm not convinced that she's been actively framed by the other side. Are the Alberts and the McCabe's and all of the people kind of like on that side of things, are they all being weird unnecessarily so? Yes. Does it start to look suspicious? Yes, 100%. I have a lot of suspicion around all of those people, but I don't quite have enough to say that she was actually framed by them. Granted, the defense has not yet put on their case in chief. So, the open question is like, I'm much more comfortable with them having that open question at this point, right? Because we're not there yet. The prosecution so far is we're 4 weeks into this trial now. Right? 4 weeks. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that Karen murdered him. I'm not convinced about the motive piece at all. I don't see that. Were there problems in the relationship? Yes, it definitely seems like it. Were they probably going to break up at some point? It does seem like it. Does that mean that she was willing to go so far as to murder him? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see any sort of act of violence in the relationship before this point. I don't see, like any sort of indication that she actually used violence here. Like we've got some people testifying to tire tracks, other people that were much closer to the supposed tire tracks, like the area where those tracks would be, saying that they didn't see tire tracks. Like there are too many big gaps here in the prosecution's case in chief at this point for me to reasonably be able to say, yeah, I think she did it. I can't say that. So I can't conclude guilty. I just can't. That's how I am. But I'm still listening for more information. Like, for example, the snow levels. I've changed my mind on that because of the information that has come out. So, and what I'm saying, what I'm referring to, in case that wasn't clear, because I just kind of like barely referenced it, is the snow levels underneath and above John O'Keefe's body when he was found. Now we have testimony from Carrie Roberts, basically that there wasn't much snow under him, that there was a bunch of snow on top of him. So yeah, okay. So he landed in that spot earlier in the snowstorm than what I had previously perceived from the prior testimony, which is another reason why the ordering of the prosecution's witnesses is completely wonky, in my opinion. Draco Amy, what I want to know is how do they go all day without bathroom breaks? Well, they do have the recesses. They do have these recesses where they can go to the bathroom and things like that. So yeah. Heather S. For some reason, my mom's new iPhone keeps butt dialing me. I think it's because she doesn't lock it before putting it in her pocket. However, it has been happening IRL. Yes. I am very familiar with the parent who butt dials you by accident because it hasn't been locked. I'm very familiar with that that experience. Um and so I can see that happening. However, with Jen McCabe's testimony, it was like how many times? Like 7 times in 20 minutes or something like that. That's a lot. That's a lot in a short time span, especially where she's texting people in between. So butt dials do happen. They do happen, but again, Brian Higgins's explanation doesn't make sense because he never testified that he like put it in his pocket or something like that. It was the end of the night. It was on the table. He had already gone to sleep, according to his testimony. Just doesn't make sense. Spider C3 question: can forcing the other side to call a witness limit them by preventing leading questions? Also, I sent my last text as 2. I met someone named Alita last week, and I was proud I could spell her name. Oh, okay, nice. Very nice. That's so cool. So, let's see. Okay. Well, no. So if you are calling an adverse witness, this is where it makes the difference to request that the court like declare this witness as a hostile witness. It means you can cross-examine them. You can cross-examine them on a direct examination. So that is potentially even more fun for the defense because you basically get to do cross on direct, if that makes sense. Rebecca Anderson, Legalbytes. Sorry, it was in reference to security. The phone can be used as a gateway to other electronics that are Wi-Fi or Bluetooth enabled. Also, the record function can be used and collected later. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting, and no worries. Heather S. Legalbytes, I'm glad you're back. Too many dinguses on other channels and a lot of over dramatization for no purpose in my mind. Feels mean to me. I really appreciate you and your style. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's this is a very it's a high profile case. So you've got a lot of people that are coming in and watching, and it's also one that people have some very, very strong opinions about. And I get it, right? Because either way you look at it, there's a woman who has been charged with murdering her boyfriend who was a cop. And then on the other hand, you've got this allegation of police corruption and this like family that kind of like owns this small town in Massachusetts. So, either way you look at it, there's some very strong allegations on both sides here. So I completely get why people are bringing some very strong feelings into this case. I do not judge anyone for that at all. But as a somewhat newcomer to this particular case, right? Like I had a primer video on this before trial started, but it even had some errors in it, and folks called me out on it in the comments, which I'm actually grateful for. But as someone who is still relatively new to a lot of the stuff coming out in this case, it is one of those it's just one of those things that I'm not quite emotionally there yet at this point. Maybe I'm getting there, but yeah, we're just going through it as best we possibly can. And yeah, so thank you. I really appreciate that you are enjoying it too. Paige Price, Legalbytes. I saw a screenshot of Colin and Allie's text with a dodgy comma. It's January 20th, 2022, 11:40, not exact date time. You mean the comment after 2022? I know a lot of people have talked about that. This is one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to there being a digital forensic expert who can testify to all of this stuff coming out. Like what is normal, what's not normal, for these kinds of things. Because I've heard of some people saying that they checked their phone and they had something, like that on their phone. It's normal. Other people being like, no, it's not normal. Also, why is there one comma here? There's no comma over there. Anyway, it's there's yeah. I'm waiting for a digital forensic to see if they can explain it. Ricardo Oliveira, desperate people accept higher risk. I just don't think they'll do that because this trial won't really impact them. If they were on trial, I would think it would be more likely to bribe a juror. Yeah, that's possible. That's certainly possible. And yes, desperate people do accept a higher risk. That is true too. Which is another reason why it doesn't make sense to me that about the whole Karen Reed motive thing, because it doesn't seem like she was desperate to keep John. Like it seemed like she actually was even thinking of leaving the relationship herself. So yeah, I don't know. But I know that what you're referring to is the Alberts and the McCabe's. Yeah, I mean, but jurors, the whole point of them being chosen is they generally are impartial. And I think that's just going to open up a whole other can of worms if one of them is in fact approached. I hope nothing like that ever happens. Brittany Chanel, Legalbytes, is it possible to be aggressive to minors on stand during cross? What happens during that time? They make a bad impression on the jury. That's basically what happens. I mean, because look, like both sides are able to, well, both sides have a duty to zealously advocate for their side, right? And so sometimes that means, especially for a defense attorney, sometimes that means being willing to look like an a-hole for your client, asking the questions that are uncomfortable, asking them in a way that makes the witness feel uncomfortable. There is a bit of that in this case that, some people will say they love the style of Alan Jackson. Other people do not at all. I happen to be one of those people that really loves Alan Jackson's style. So when he gets kind of snarky and aggressive with a witness, it's like he's kind of calling them out on their BS a lot of times. I happen to like it. Not everybody does though. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if someone is being a little over aggressive to a minor on cross-examination, it can backfire because remember that the jury, even if there's no like specific process in place to like reprimand someone, the jury is going to be making an impression and they're the ones that are deciding this case. So that is always a limiting factor on these attorneys. Well, assuming that they're thinking through these things. Heather asks, can jurors get extra time after court to consolidate and organize their notes? My brain doesn't work in a way where I could just scribble a bunch of stuff and then remember what it meant. No, they leave him behind at the end of the day. That's what they do. I mean, they can always, of course, like sit at the end of the day and kind of think about what they've heard. They should not be taking any notes at home, but they can at least kind of think things through and maybe the next morning jot down some thoughts that they have from the day before, perhaps. But no, I mean, we see them in the courtroom. Well, we don't see them in the courtroom, but we see in the courtroom when they are excused, and that's like right away. And there's always the instruction from the bailiff, keep your notes, your notebooks on your seats or what have you, or under your seats. We'll collect them for you. And like, that's it. There's no more handling those. Pamela H. Hi, Lita. I have been called for federal jury duty next Tuesday. How different would those trials be in comparison to city trials? Well, first off, I am super jealous. I would love to be called for jury duty. Unfortunately, I am almost definitely never going to be seated on a jury unless they just like don't ask what I do for work. But between being a lawyer and a litigator and now someone who comments on trials, um, there's no way that I'm gonna ever make it onto a jury. Um, so first off, I'm very, very jealous of you. I hope that if you do get chosen, I hope it's a good experience. Um, how different would those trials be? I mean, it's the same kind of process. It's the same, you've like overall structure, opening statement, closing argument, testimony in between. You start with the prosecution or the plaintiff, then you've got the defense with their case in chief, some rebuttal perhaps from the prosecution or from the plaintiff, whether it's civil or criminal. Um, yeah, overall process is basically the same. You've got objections, you've got, sidebars, you've got all kinds of stuff like that. You'll probably hear the basis for the objections though, in that case. So, yeah. But good luck. I hope it's a good experience for you. Karen Lester, does anyone ever get to look at jury notes or are they destroyed at the end of deliberations? I think they're destroyed at the end of deliberations. There's no purpose in keeping them. Because it's basically to aid them in deliberations. Question, can we get poll results? Oh, that's not a bad idea. You know what? Yeah, because we've got almost 2,000 votes. I'll leave it open for just a little bit longer because we've got 1,896 votes. So let's see if we get like another 104 votes, 2,000 total on the poll. We'll see. I'll leave it open for just a little bit longer because I like seeing big numbers on the poll. It makes it feel a little more accurate. Brittany Chanel, Legalbytes, is it possible to oh wait, we got this one. Okay. Lainey Tang, my theory. What do you think? Hang on 1 second. I need some more water. That was very loud. Hang on. Okay. My theory, what do you think? John was in the house and possibly ended up outside to pee, drunk behavior. He was ambushed by Colin, or they thought, or they fought, then Chloe was sicked on him and left. I mean, it's possible. It's certainly possible. But if he was, let me say really quick here. Sorry, I'm in the middle of talking and I'm doing something else. So if John was in the house, the question is like, why wouldn't he just use a bathroom in the house? You do say drunk behavior. It's sure okay, but it seems more convenient to use a bathroom. He could have been ambushed by Colin, but yeah, like it's certainly possible. But for me personally, I need more evidence in front of me in order to be able to go with that. We do know that it's possible for Chloe to get out from the backyard and get to the front yard. That's possible. We know that she does seem to be a bit of a high anxiety kind of protective dog. And that she has, in fact, attacked other animals and a person before. Before now. I suppose that was after John O'Keefe's death. We do know that Colin has, we do have some strong suspicions that Colin has gotten into some fights. So, all of these things do seem within the realm of possibilities. But for me personally, what I really still need is more concrete facts in front of us. And maybe the defense has them. Maybe they do, and we'll see them. I don't know. We'll see. Chris MP, it's a Stenomask. Blocks surrounding sound to ensure the recording is clear for reporting and prevents their voice being heard around the courtroom. That makes perfect sense. Alrighty. L. Borate, just blanket objections to everything. Legalbytes. Not sure if you're referring to the coverage or the trial. Nashe Jones, are jurors allowed to talk to their therapist about the case? I'd imagine these folks in the Daybell jurors look forward to seeing their therapist each week. Well, that would be privileged communications if they do feel the need to talk to a therapist. However, I don't know about the ability to talk to them during the trial. Afterwards, certainly, like for sure, the ability to do so. I mean, in cases, there are cases where jurors have to go through details that are incredibly gory, and that can really leave an impression, like permanently, on jurors to have to deliberate on things like that are really tough to deal with. So after a trial, certainly to be able to talk about, this stuff with a therapist, absolutely, I would recommend it. But during trial, I don't know, because that can also kind of potentially sway a juror even without meaning to. Ricardo Oliveira, it was about them objecting and not saying why they object. Some objections they might just be saying to see if the judge thinks that something would fit into the objection. I mean, yeah, that's also possible. There are some judges who are very particular. Well, a lot of judges, I would say, are actually very particular about which objection that you use, which objection, which basis for an objection that you decide to use when you are objecting to something. Like sometimes a judge will say something like, the objection is overruled on those grounds. And what they're saying is, on those grounds you lose. But there's something else that I see that maybe you could try again. And then they object, on some different grounds, and then they say sustained. Like they're kind of hinting, like, I'll throw you a bone. I see something. Do you see it? You got to get the right one. So, there's that too. That's not happening in this case because of the way that they are stating and not stating the objections here. Nico Kiski, yeah, hard to speculate without knowing the direct. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no problem. Mama Kara, off topic. Why was Robert Durst not held responsible for the murders, even though he was found guilty? Why did the law impact that ruling? Doesn't that mean the law is flawed regarding this? I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know about that case. I don't know the details of that case, so I can't give an answer on that. I'm so sorry. Carolyn V, I think they're asking if no speaking objections lets one side object for no reason and just hope they'll get away with it if nobody demands a sidebar. Yeah, it's possible. Amethyst, even if very good evidence provided by experts, isn't there too much reasonable doubt already? How can we ignore the doubt already created? Well, that doubt can be shored up by other information. I will say it's really hard to eliminate the doubts that I have about the basics of the investigation that happened from the crime scene. The
Red Solo Cup, I fill you up.
I mean, right? It's how do you get rid of the red Solo Cup issue, and the Stop and Shop bag, and it's just like contamination issues like that. Yeah, there are some issues there that may or may not be able to be shored up by expert witnesses. Some of them maybe. So, we'll see. Also, MZ, thank you so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships. Very kind and generous of you once again. So let's see here. Melissa Garcia, Travis James, Michael J. Money, Dave Beatty, Social Mail. You have all been gifted memberships by MZ. So welcome back to Bite Club. Very happy to see you all here. Hope you can join us for the next members only live stream on Friday, 10 a.m. East Coast time. And MZ, thank you so much. Very, very kind and generous of you. Oh, righty. My idea question If this is as good as the prosecution's case gets and KR is acquitted, is there such a thing as malicious prosecution or some other kind of malintent for trying someone in bad faith? There is such a thing as malicious prosecution. That could happen. It's really, really hard, though. It's really hard to prove. It's very hard to win. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to win. So I don't know that I don't know that there's enough in this case. Maybe not. But they can't do it for every case because if you get it off of every acquittal, that also has a chilling effect for enforcing the laws around this country. El Borate, lighter. Would a dolphin play trumpet through blowhole or through the mouth? I don't know. How would they like I don't know. How would they even hold it is my question. So yeah, I don't know. My guess would be the blowhole. Let's see. Sarius, the tiefling penguin. Do you think the prosecution still believes in their case, or could they have some doubt? They could. It is entirely possible to bring a case where you have some doubts about your client or about your side. It's always possible. Mark O'Hara, do you think Karen will testify? I don't know. I don't know that she needs to at this point. I don't know that she needs to. So I don't think so. Yobi Trice, thanks so much for Yobi or Yob? Trice, thanks so much for the super chat. Why did Lally have a veterinarian testify between all of those witnesses? I am assuming his medical experts are not great with so many witnesses called. You know, I think that she was called in the middle of things because of scheduling. That's what it sounded like the judge said around that time, like right before she came up to testify. She is in Terry Kuhn, I think the veterinary lab technician. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it had to do with a scheduling issue. But his medical experts, it is I would say relatively common for experts to be testifying kind of more towards the end because you need to get the story out first before you get experts up there usually. But the medical examiner should have been one of the first ones because that's part of the storytelling. They're talking about the actual injuries and how those injuries they think were caused. So, yeah. Alrighty. El Borate, Legalbytes, what qualifies a peer regarding jury of your peers? Age, race, religion, sex, etc. I mean, well, it's someone who lives in the jurisdiction that they pull the jury from. Like that's basically what that means. It doesn't necessarily need to be, someone of a particular religion or sex. Actually, you're not supposed to choose people on those bases. That is in fact illegal to be choosing people along those bases. It's one of those things that like when you are deciding whether or not like when you're deciding whether or not to have someone on the jury, you're not allowed to take into consideration their race, their religion, their sex, any of those qualities that can't be changed, for example. So those are yeah. So don't ever do that. For sure. Okay. Rebecca Anderson, I am desperate for an expert to tell me the physics of reversing aggressively to a speed in a short distance to cause so much injury, yet leave no ground damage or drive over him. You and me both. Draco Amy, question, are you planning on streaming through to the afternoon or are you taking a break? Different stream. Your afternoon stream is already up. Yes. So I am, I'm basically I'm answering questions so long as we've got questions here. And we've it's basically what I'm concerned with is if they finish the testimony of the kids and then they decide to put up another witness right before they go to lunch. I don't want to be missing that, and I don't want to set up like a third stream of the day, basically. So I'm gonna keep this going until, let's see. Well, I mean, I'm gonna keep this going so long as we've got questions and we're talking about things in this case. But that would be up to another like hour, I suppose. And so kind of monitoring what if there's any sort of texts coming out. Oh, 4 minutes ago, testimony of 2 minor children is complete. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So the testimony is complete, but I don't see. So court TV is still, I'll show you guys. I'll pull this up on the screen here. Still says witness identity withheld. So we might get back to some more testimony here. Let me see here. That was 4 minutes ago. I don't know if so far no one has said anything about there being a break. Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep monitoring while we answer questions. But yeah, I will definitely be taking a lunch break for sure. So yeah. Mike N. Nem, Legalbytes, in your experience, do MEs often opine over ways death could not have been? This ME did include not consistent with a fight. Is that kind of odd to you? No, they can take into consideration what they think happened and didn't happen. I mean, because that also is oh, thank you, Draco. I see that in the chat. Long Crime stated the court feed would resume soon. I'll keep an eye on it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, court TVs is still has that card on it, but yeah, I've got it up on a second screen here. So as soon as that comes up, we'll bring it up as well. So no, it doesn't seem too odd to me because in order to say I think that the death happened in this way, you would have to then exclude other possibilities for that death to happen. So you would have to have a reason why, you don't think that it happened those other ways. So to me, that doesn't seem too strange. Brittany Chanel, is it legal for the jury to watch the trial at home, like commentary channels or just regular channels, and take notes? Does that count as doing research at home? That counts as doing research at home. Yeah, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to stay away from everything related to the trial, unless you're in the courtroom. Social mail question: can Jen, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins be held accountable for obstruction after this trial? Perhaps, but again, I mean, there's it has to be more than I think like a suspicion of what they're doing, or more than, we're pretty sure that this is what they've done. Like you kind of have to, I don't know. You need a little bit more to nab someone in my opinion. Yoey Trice, thanks so much for another super chat. Higgins upset John with a reverse bear hug in the basement. Possible, I don't know, but we need a little bit more. We need a little bit more on that one for me. Dave Beatty, Legalbytes, as a lover of all canids, dogs, wolves, etc., have we any proof of life of Chloe? Well, there is testimony that she's been rehomed to a place in Vermont, so that's what we know. Or at least that's what's been testified to. Other than that, no, we don't really have any proof of life, but I hope she's doing okay. you know? Even if she did attack someone, like dogs are dogs partly because of their environment and, the people that are taking care of them, and like there's all kinds of things that can happen. So, hopefully Chloe's in a good environment and she's happy. I like dogs. Justin Perry, Legal Bites. If there is a video of Colin getting into a fight, can that be presented into evidence and be brought up with Colin as a defense witness, assuming he is one? So witnesses can be sometimes recalled as like rebuttal. That is something that can be done. Would they go so far as to do that here? I don't know. I think that's a little bit remote in this situation. Yeah, I don't know that the defense would want to go down that whole route for that. Paige Price, I saw Colin in a fight on video. It was a short one on YouTube. I wasn't looking for it, just came across it. I saw some stuff on Twitter too. It looked like it was him. People were saying it was him, but it wasn't fully clear to me. I mean, I assume if it's on the internet, I assume that people have given it to the defense team. Someone on the defense team probably has it. If they need it, they'll decide that they want to bring it up, if they are allowed to. My idea, Legalbytes question, if this is as good as the prosecution's case gets and Carrie is acquitted, is there such a thing as malicious prosecution or some kind of malintent or trying? Yeah, I think I answered this one already. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one. But yes, malicious prosecution is a thing, but the likelihood of being able to prove it, Tori Matthews, my theory is that the Bryans met John when he arrived and brought him in through the side gate basement. They fought and Chloe attacked as John fled from the yard to the front. It's possible. But like I said, I still need more evidence on that one. Janet G, everyone here in Legalbytes, a YouTube related question. If you get gifted a membership to someone's channel within LawTube, is there a way to tell who gifted it? I don't think that that the notification like of your gifted membership, I don't think that necessarily tells you who gifted it. That's one of the reasons why I like to call those out, is because oftentimes people want to be able to thank the person who gifted it. And they don't necessarily see it like in the moment. They just later see, oh, I've been gifted a membership. So that's one of the reasons why I like to call those out, is so that folks can connect that for themselves when it happens. So yeah. Brimbino, Legalbytes, if any info on the defense lawyer, is he a big name defense lawyer? Any other high profile cases? And if not, thoughts on if he is helping his chances on getting more notoriety? So both of the lead attorneys on the defense team, David Yannetti and Alan Jackson, are former prosecutors, and they are both big time defense attorneys. Yannetti is obviously from Massachusetts. You can tell by his accent. And Alan Jackson is from Los Angeles. He is a former LA County DA. He actually worked at the LA County DA's office at the same time that Emily D. Baker did. So she has at least some familiarity with him from that time period. Now, as far as big cases that they've worked on, so I know Alan Jackson has defended some cases that are a little bit less popular. So Harvey Weinstein, I think he's defended him, and I think Kevin Spacey also. But he also did prosecute and convict, or Phil Spector. So there's another high profile trial out there that has been televised that has Alan Jackson arguing the case, but he's a prosecutor. So that's so fascinating to me. I kind of want to go and check that out after this trial, and see, if his style has changed over time, or if he changed anything since that particular trial. So that's such a fascinating little like back history twist on this case. Divine Inhale with Donna Clifford question: what's your first go-to food when you get back home? When I go back to Boston, I need good Italian. Well, okay, so this is very common for Californians. You can probably guess what I'm going to say, but literally we landed at LAX. My dad picked us up, me and Mr. Bites, and And, the whole plan was first things first, before we even get home and drop off the bags or anything, we're going to In-N-Out. And especially for me, personally. So if you're not familiar, In-N-Out is a burger chain in that started in California. It's spread into like the western part of the US. I know it's gone as far as Texas. But it is very much a California thing to land at LAX, get In-N-Out, and like that's the thing. And for me personally, also like on top of just being a Californian, like for the last like month, I want to say I've been like craving In-N-Out. So I definitely told my parents like like I need it like as soon as possible. So that's it for me. Is definitely needed. I didn't go for a double double though. I probably could have, should have. But I'm gonna have In-N-Out at least a couple more times before we go back overseas again. My idea, Legalbytes current theory, Jo was confronted regarding texts in Albert's basement, got mad and loud. Chloe attacked him. He hit dog. Colin got mad and bashed Jo's head, knocked him out, dragged him out outside. Excuse me. I, I again, totally possible. But I need more. I need more to go along with it. But that's a very fascinating theory for sure. And like I said, possible. Let's see here. Christine G. Durst verdict was vacated because appeal was in process when he died. Well, yeah, because then it would be moot, right? Because the whole purpose of the of criminal cases is it's punitive in nature. So if you don't have someone to punish anymore, it's like what are you doing all of that for? Civil cases are different because you can sue someone's estate, for example, for damages, for harms that were caused. But when it comes to criminal cases, like, yeah, if you don't have a criminal defendant anymore to punish, like what are you doing with the case, kind of. Alrighty here. Okay. Social mail question. What is the possibility of a directed verdict and dismissal of the case? So the standard is there has to be at least a scintilla of evidence for each of the elements of the charges. Scintilla of evidence, which I like to endearingly refer to as a chinchilla of evidence. So folks in the chat who have been around for a while, you are familiar with this phrase. So a scintilla of evidence or a chinchilla of evidence for each element of the case. There you go. I see him in the chat. the chinchillas of evidence. So that's what you need in order for the prosecution to continue with the case. The defense has to argue that there's at least one box that they didn't check with a scintilla of evidence. And the judge is never going to weigh the testimony. The judge is never going to say, well, this is like, yeah, you got this piece of evidence in, but it's like unreasonable, or not unreasonable, but like, if they say like, well, it doesn't seem likely that this is really true, that's getting into weighing the evidence, which is the job of the jury. So that's the basic standard. Like anytime the judge is saying, in order for me to decide against the prosecution, I have to weigh the evidence. That's just, yeah, it's going to get denied basically. Let me just check over here. Just want to make sure that do we have any new notifications? Nothing new so far on my end. Okay. So, but the possibility of a directed verdict, it does happen. In this case, I think that the prosecution probably is not well, sorry. Let me rephrase this. I think that the judge is probably not going to dismiss the case on a directed verdict based on what we've heard so far. Even if even though I personally see reasonable doubt, but this is me weighing the evidence. There is evidence so far checking a lot of these boxes, maybe not all of them, like cause of death, things like that. We still have to go over. But if they just completely skip over a number of things, then yeah, it's possible. But that the likelihood of that is fairly low, in my opinion. Llama Vomit question: when do you think the defense will start their case? I think it's going to be a few days, personally, because like I said, we still have some witnesses that we've got to hear from. Medical examiner is a big one, big one. I think that we also are likely to still hear from Trooper Michael Proctor, and I think that one's going to be a full day for just him, maybe even more than a full day, because he's such an important witness. And I know the prosecution's going to really want to take their time with him. So we've got and experts on top of that. So we've got several people that we need to see. Gina D, but it's Tuesday. Are they having a second session today? Yes. So normally Tuesdays there is no afternoon session. However, today the judge decided that even though it's Tuesday, she's really just not keeping to the schedule at this point. It's kind of starting to feel like anything goes. So far we've had like four Fridays in a row where they had a full day of testimony, even though she's like, no testimony on Fridays, in a 6 to 8 week trial. It's kind of funny, but yeah. So today, because it's the only trial day of the week, the judge said that today's going to be a full day. Melissa Garcia question: do you think the defense will win their motion for dismissal? I don't think so. It's a really, really, really high burden to win it. Even though I see a lot of reasonable doubt in this case. Paige Price, photo this weekend of Caitlin and Tristan with German Shepherd. Could be Chloe, but I mean, maybe they have another German Shepherd in the family. I don't know, that they've like gotten since. Rebecca Anderson, I came in late to the stream. Did they say where Alan Jackson, Ace Attorney, is? Alan Jacko, Ace Attorney. So they didn't say like in the courtroom this morning, or at least not that I heard, but from what folks have said, he's, I guess, in California on another case. Nina 17 question: how many languages do you speak? I speak a few. I grew up speaking Lithuanian and English, and then learned Spanish in high school, Italian in college. I started to learn a little bit of Russian for a little bit, but I really don't consider myself a Russian speaker by any means. I can kind of understand some things here and there. I can like read the alphabet. And there is a little bit of overlap with some terms and things between Lithuanian and Russian, which was kind of interesting to learn. But I would say probably those, 4: English, Lithuanian, Spanish, Italian, those 4. I feel comfortable with at least being conversational. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, unpopular opinion: I think CW is doing a great job defending the defense theory. A lot of reasonable doubt there is a conspiracy. When do you think he will start to prove KR murdered Jo? That's the problem here, is that they are the ones that have have all of the burden of proof in this case about proving that KR killed JOK, right? Or JO. Court is coming back at 11 a.m. Central. Okay. Yeah, and I see Draco Amy. They're back in court with another witness. Court TV is live. Okay, let me see if maybe I'll switch to another feed. Give me 1 second here. Let me see. Talk amongst yourselves. Aha. Okay. We've got another one. Okay. I'm going to pull this one up. Okay. We're going to get rid of this. And we are going to do this. We're going to use Boston 25 News instead. All right. Yeah. So the prosecution is focusing a bit on defending against the defense theory. but their bigger priority should be actually convicting Karen Reed. Alrighty. Okay. All right. So we've got a bunch of questions that are saved still, and I'll keep collecting those. And then, but otherwise, let's get on with this testimony here. Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Dr. Justin Rice to the stand.
Justin Rice. Oh, from Good Samaritan Medical Center. So this is the treating doctor. So we're finally there. Okay. Pesky Pirouette, thanks for the super chat. My daughter in college has a special notebook pen combo to help her with her disability. Would she be allowed to use that as a juror instead of paper and ink?
You solemnly swear the underscript of the court and jury in the case now here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Before he continues, maybe it depends. She would have to leave that at the court. However, at the end of the day, she wouldn't be able to take it with her. My guess is probably not. But you know, there is a possibility of making accommodations for various disabilities. So I'm not sure. That would be something that would come up during the jury selection process, probably. So I think it might depend on some of the details of like that notebook / pen combo. But yeah, she definitely wouldn't be able to take it with her at the end of the day. That's for sure. Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Justin Rice, RICE. Is that what you asked me to spell?
And sir, that microphone in front of you, however you want to position that, it's flexible. So
Too far away. Is that better?
That's perfect. Thank you. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I finished my residency in 2008, so I've been attending since 2008.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad was concerned?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a
Sir, did you get a degree from there? Did you? Are you allowed to practice medicine?
bachelor's of science in chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the
I'm so sorry, guys. There is no closed captioning available on this one. Also, just to answer, there was a lally tally at the beginning. What was it? I'll put it in the chat later. There's a question in the chat about the lally tally. I did go over it.
The specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital for 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified in?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a 2-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And as where you've given like didactic or individual cases, assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that to the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes. Yeah.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It's either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Really quick, yeah. In the description, I'm updating the witnesses and their which number witnesses they are in the trial. And originally I put him as number 44, but he should be number 46 because of the 2 witnesses that just testified off camera. So I updated that in the description.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your phone.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also a, it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thanks. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the course of his testimony?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
Oh, so I guess Miss Little is going to be doing the cross-examination. Melanie, I think is her first name. Melanie Little. Okay, so they are objecting. They are. Okay, let's see. We will fast forward.
Here you go, doctor. This is for you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Oh, Elizabeth Little. Thank you guys. Not Melanie.
Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival there?
So he would have been.
What a weird question. What was it? How did his presentation appear? Like, just what did he look like? Because it makes it feel like John O'Keefe walked in the door and like presented himself.
Well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Well, let me just ask you, familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon, indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood's providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart from Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what, if anything, you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a ATLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
I have no idea what that question and answer was. I'll just tell you. And I know we've got some medical experts in the chat. So folks that are medically trained in the chat, you probably are following along better than I am. I am just a lay person when it comes to this stuff. Margaret Kane, this is not easy to listen to. Is it just me? No, it is not just you. I am feeling the same way. I literally have no idea what they just said. Okay, so I will say this. This doctor sounds like he knows what he's talking about. And this is something that comes up in every single trial when we are bringing on a witness, whether they are testifying as lay witness or as an expert. When they are testifying about some sort of highly technical knowledge that they have, there is always a possibility that they come across as knowing what they're talking about, but they are not really great at communicating what they know to the jury so that the jury can understand what they're talking about. There's always a possibility. So, just because someone is an expert witness does not necessarily mean that they are going to be a very strong witness for that case. Sammy spills the tea. I worked at Good Sam. He was never easy to talk to. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. And, he's in this particular role because, ideally because he's highly trained. He knows what he's doing, right? Like this is what we hope for in all of our doctors and all of our nurses and our medical professionals. But the thing is that a witness who has a harder time explaining things can also be guided by the person who's asking questions, asking good questions. And this is where, I don't, I don't want to quite get to the level where we are, outright mocking Lally. Yes, of course I have a Lally tally, but that's about the extent of it that I want to go into, right? Because this is someone who is in the trenches, right? He's the one who is the gladiator in the ring, so to speak, and we're the ones that are commenting on it. It is much easier for me to be in this position commenting on it than to be in Lally's position, in Jackson's position, in Yanetti's position, any of these attorneys, Little's position, of course, I don't want to leave her out. So these people that are actually, doing the thing that we are all watching and commenting on. I always want to keep that in mind in my commentary, because it's so much easier to be in this chair than in that one. But I will say that there is always a difficulty when it comes to this part of the trial, when we get to the highly technical stuff, that sometimes can be harder for people to understand if they don't have that background. And this is a witness who is having a hard time explaining himself and kind of needs some guidance from the person asking him questions to sort of break that down. Lally, based on the experience that we have with him for the last 3 or 4 weeks or what have you, is not the person to necessarily help someone to make them more understandable, because Lally also has a hard time with asking clear questions. When the person knows what they're testifying to and knows how to sort of explain it, it's a different story. But this is where I have a feeling this testimony is going to be really difficult until we get to cross-examination, when the questions become much more crisp, much more clear, much easier to follow. So yeah, so I'm really trying to focus here. We've got a little over 30 minutes before the lunch break, most likely. So, we've got some, I'm really trying to focus here on what the questions and answers are. Some of it is really hard. So anyhow, also we have 1,700 folks in the chat here. That is amazing. I love to see it. This is the biggest one that we've had yet for this particular trial. If you are enjoying it, please do like the stream. It does really help to push this out to more people, so that more folks see what we're doing here, and come and join us for the Boston Tea Party, as I like to call it. So okay, let's continue on here with this, and hopefully things get to be a little bit easier to follow.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So
he could have just asked, please explain what hypothermia is. Like he could have done it. It's like Lally directs witnesses as if he's trying to make a particular word count. Like like, you know what I mean? He's trying to like fluff the paper to reach a certain word count. That's how I always feel with his direct examinations.
As it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? A normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as
Okay, I feel like we can ask, what is hypothermia? It's when the core body temperature decreases to a certain amount that is, at a particular level or a dangerous level or something like that. I feel like that could have been the question and the answer here. So this is going to be painful. We're going to get through it together, guys.
hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as such?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment, Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document. Direct your attention to what's the fourth page in, the bottom of it says 2 of 4, and I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations, or let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in the right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
Sir, if I could just stop you there. As far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like, where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasions, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And
Also, Bonnie Scotland, thanks so much for the super chat. OMG, it's Patton Oswalt from King of Queens. He kind of does look like him a little bit.
under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the 3, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the 3 fit in?
So there's 3 components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive, the lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another document, just ask you to look at that. To the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish. In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, a redacted copy of those records.
Regarding no objections, subjects to the redactions. Okay, thank you. Exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Miss Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51 in the morning.
And in reference to Miss Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why is she there?
Translation: why was Karen Reed at the hospital? Just come on, man. You don't need to make it so hard.
I'd have to review Daisy's note. So
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to Section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to Section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So Section 12, I would define as an involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which again involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind
Laura Smith, it's hard to listen to because they're both monotone. They're both monotone, and they both have a tendency to start a sentence and then halfway through change direction and then go again in another direction and then kind of sometimes finish up where they were supposed to finish, but not always. And I have to say, as someone who has a brain that doesn't necessarily think linearly, I understand the struggle of starting to say something. And, I mean, I'm sure sometimes when I'm answering questions, that are being asked in the chat, I will, I actually literally just did that. Like, I'm someone who does the same thing is what I'm trying to say. And I'm sure folks have seen it, but it's something that sometimes you have to really try to maintain focus of what it is that you're saying, because other people are trying to follow. Patrick Barrett, any What We Do in the Shadows fans? Lally is clearly an energy vampire like Colin Robinson. I have not seen that, but that's an interesting. I'll have to check it out to find out what you mean. Oh man. Okay. Let's continue on with this. We're muscling through.
Kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients or all patients' vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you'd have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to a Section 12 as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
You're asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility within Good Samaritan was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen that's contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So to answer your question, 93.
Can I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just. direct your attention to a easy tap portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 contains in that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. Can I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Little?
Yes, we made it. We made it. I also did see people in the chat saying we probably should have had the nurses get up and testify first to explain a lot of this stuff. I kind of agree. I tend to agree. Nurses are generally the ones who are having to explain things to lay people. So I feel like that could have been a bit more useful to sort of get a better understanding as to what was happening. Yeah. So maybe we'll get more information on this cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes,
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
that is not correct.
What does that mean? I was involved in her care if you didn't treat her? I'm very confused about that answer. Sorry, I'm going to go back 5 seconds for her next question.
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Thank you.
Oh, that's not great. Just say yes. It's never a good thing if a medical witness sounds like he's kind of salty from the start. You don't want to do that. I feel like we should have heard from the nurse practitioner first then. If they're the one that wrote the report.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as.
Oh, come on.
To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Was that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you said,
I'm sorry. Okay. No, he is a medical professional. He's an ER doctor, I guess, right? I think something like that. So, he sees people all the time, treats patients all the time. There's nothing about this case that probably looked any different than any other case. But right now, this is feeling like cross-examnesia has also entered the medical profession. I just like that, and his little bit of attitude on her bringing up his report just feels it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. It's putting him in a weird place. That he's placing himself in this weird place. I'm confused about what's happening here. Why is this happening? Why?
here today, you don't know who collected the blood.
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood.
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab.
Correct.
And It wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not like collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Wasn't me.
Okay.
The greatest, most shocking twist would be if like Trooper Michael Proctor was the one who requested the blood work. I mean, obviously not. He's not a medical professional, but like somehow he like enters the chat.
You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for
What is happening?
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
What is happening with this witness right now?
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Wait, what?
Can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
Wait. Oh my God. She's going to show him the report and it's going to say nothing about that. So he's just going to have like airdropped this into his brain out of nowhere just now. That's what this report is about to show. Like, I don't know. Like what? Also, if that is the case, if that is something that actually happened, like why did he say that would maybe not make it into the report? Like, I feel like that's pretty material information that would be very, very helpful for treatment if you think that someone has been hit by a vehicle. Like, why would that not make it into the report? I'm very confused about this witness and what's happening. Honestly, I want to talk to the nurse practitioner. I want to talk to the registered nurse. I want to talk to these people because I feel like they actually know. like they would probably actually know what's happening here. Like, what is happening? I am so confused. Okay. All right, Miss Little, show him the report. Show him that it doesn't say anything in there. Emelisa 4, can you provide translation for the prosecutor and the doctor all the way through? I am trying. But I'm also not understanding everything. Yes. I'm not medically trained myself.
You could take a look at that.
We're gonna.
All right.
We're on that report that says.
Okay. I fast forwarded.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the.
No.
So no, there is not.
Of course.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes.
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches.
I half expected him to say, not necessarily. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what's going on here? I don't know. Maybe he had some injuries. Maybe he didn't. I mean, I was just kind of hanging out. What is happening? What is happening in this case with this witness?
Scratches on his right arm, correct?
Yes.
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of a laceration above his eye,
Mm-hmm.
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees. Correct.
I reported no injuries to his knees, meaning there could have been injuries to his knees, but I just didn't report them. But this is how you do it though. When you ask a witness a question, you say, there was nothing from, his neck down, right? There were no injuries from his neck down. And he's like, no, I don't really know. And then you go like point by point. You say, okay, well, let's talk about his shoulders. Let's talk about his chest. Let's talk about his ribs. Let's talk about his hips. Let's talk about his knees. Let's talk about his ankles. Let's talk about his toes. Let's talk about his fingertips, I don't know fingertips because there was some, to his hands or whatever. But that's how, that's how you do it is you go point by point. You go, okay, so basically neck down, right? I mean, come on, same. This is what we're talking about. Let's be real here. Let's be reasonable. Come on. Okay. So let's continue with her progression.
No injuries to his shins, correct?
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles, right?
Correct.
And no injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
Let's go bone by bone.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not.
What is with this guy? Why doesn't he just say, I according to my report, no, there were no broken bones found, right? Did his butt do the investigation of the injuries here? The examination of the injuries? What is happening with this witness? What is happening? Why is he so resistant to testifying about this stuff?
Report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture, correct.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions.
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones,
Oh, hang on. Gotta change my earbuds. Okay, we're gonna go back 5 seconds to the start of Lally's question, just because it's already broken up. We don't need it broken up with pausing.
fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless, as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort, or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort. If that answers if that answers your question.
So in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that?
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
Because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulseless, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation. But an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
I'm sorry, but like we're talking about like chest injuries too, like resuscitation of the heart. Wouldn't you think that you would be focusing also on like the chest cavity area? Like it's noting whether or not there are injuries to that area. I don't know. I just, I, to a certain extent, I understand what he's saying, that he's like, we were focused primarily on, is this man going to live or die? Like the basic stuff, heart rate, blood flow, organs getting enough blood, things like that. I can understand that, but like then being like, well, we just didn't look at his body at all because it's like, I don't know, like that's all we looked at. It's just, it doesn't help that the way that he's explaining it is in so many words, and it just feels like he's filling the space to try to provide an answer that's not an answer.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, it seems like he would need to do some kind of an assessment.
Indicates discharge and clinical impression. If you could just read from that, look up when you're finished. Read to yourself.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you...
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, head trauma, exposure to environmental cold.
May I approach this to retrieve him?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
Oh my goodness. We made it. We survived.
Rather than where it's 10 minutes of one, jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of one. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? People seem to say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Lyden know. Okay, thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Oh,
All right, so the court, please.
1:30. We're fast forwarding in case there's something.
As far as the redactions that you think should be there, Ms. Little, and you perhaps don't, Mr. Lally, I don't know if the testimony opened the door any on some of what may or may not have been there. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't seen it. So the two of you talk, and if you're not in agreement, I would like a copy of both by 1:15 so that I can decide it before it goes in, and then it will be the next exhibit, either with or without the additional redactions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that is that. All right, so we're gonna do a lightning round of these questions because it's a shorter lunch. We've already got like we've got like 20 minutes until then, and I want to make sure that I have the ability to get some food myself. I know that folks in the chat are always concerned about the pregnant lady getting her nutrients, so I definitely will be doing that. So I will. So I'm not gonna add any more questions here to the list so that I can go lightning round. If you guys have more questions, put them in the yeah, the fan recovered. Put the questions in the afternoon chat. I'll get those and we'll answer them then. So okay, so that's what we're gonna do for that. And we'll do lightning round so that I can go and have a quick break myself and you guys can have one too. Okay, let's do this. Okay, tequila shots 6969. Quite a name. Question: what are your thoughts on Turtle Boy? I got into the trial a little late, but I know he has been the subject of some conversations on this trial and case. I don't have too many thoughts on him. I'm also relatively new to the case overall. I know that there's a lot of lore. I know that he is like probably fairly centrally responsible for this case becoming so big on social media and then being picked up by the media, because he dug into it. I think that he's done, from my understanding, from what people have told me anyway, I don't know if this is true, but I guess he's done a lot of like kind of investigative sort of work as an independent journalist on his own for other kind of cases that are similar. So this one is one that just like really took off, and he's been very passionate about it. I do know that. I know that folks that are pro prosecution seem to hate him. Folks that are pro defense seem to really like him. But I haven't had much time to really like dig into like that sort of lore that is sort of around this case. The Lucian, Legalbytes. My new conspiracy theory is the Alberts and McCabe's are trying to protect KR. Why else would innocent people go so far to look suspicious? That's quite it's quite a theory. I like it. Mew Mew question: always loving your live coverage. As of now, what has been your favorite moment of this trial? My favorite moment. I mean, there have been so many splashy moments so far. I think I need to think on that one. My favorite moment. It's got to be a cross-examination moment, like where there was like a particular mic drop. I'm so sorry. I don't have anything at the moment, but something I'm sure during the lunch break something will pop up in my brain. I'll be like, that's the one. But there have been Trooper B. That was funny. That was really funny. Poor guy. And I say this as someone with an ethnic name that has gotten teased for it in the past, in all kinds of ways. It's not easy having an ethnic name that people don't necessarily know how to pronounce. So poor, I feel bad for him. I don't know if he's done anything wrong in this case, but I still feel bad for him for that name getting butchered in that way. But it was funny the way it came up. Carla Barrick, they are done with the children's testimony per local media tweets. Yes, that's right. We got it. Thank you. David S. question: are most prosecutors under investigation about their investigation by the FBI like Lally? I think that's a very rare thing to happen. Very, very rare. Mike Olson, it wasn't clear sarcasm for some. The trial has very little with Karen murdering J.O. A lot of defense for stuff not prosecuted. Why did CW bring this to trial? Yeah. No, I understood what you meant when you said that they're doing a great job defending against the defense theory. So why did they bring this to trial? I don't know. Right now, I'm still struggling on this one. I'm definitely still struggling on it. CM Southern, Legalbytes. It seems like the judge limited the time and amount of questions for defense on cross. This trial seems to be running behind already. Will the judge be allowed to limit defense's time on direct? No. There's due process rights involved in it. And sometimes the judge seems like she's like rushing the defense on cross-examination, but really what she's doing, at least what I've noticed anyway, when she's kind of done that, is because they've gotten kind of stuck in the weeds on something and she's like, all right, move along. Could she do that more for the prosecution? Yes. but I don't see anything wrong with the way that she's kind of ushered that on cross-examination so far. El Borate, I think I heard that taking the fifth in civil is implied guilt. If that's true, why don't they do the civil trials first to say you were found responsible in this civil matter? No, it's not implied guilt. Like that's in under no circumstance is a jury supposed to imply guilt because of someone invoking their rights under the Fifth Amendment. If someone said that, that's wrong. That's very wrong. JB question, do you think the jurors notice when witnesses remember everything on direct and nothing on cross? I think so. I think so, because they're trying to evaluate them just like we are. Brittany Chanel, can you speak those languages that you mentioned for us, please? Por favor, per favore, per show, please, in all those other languages. Sure. I can pull out some things here and there. Janet G, Legalbytes, we're only seconds behind. Yes, we got a little bit more behind because of commentary, but that's typical. Nash A. Jones, prosecution rests before my 40th birthday next Thursday. I'd like to see Jackson and Yannetti doing direct. It could be their gift to me. I would hope so. And happy early birthday to you. Brad Hopkins, when you become an emergency medical professional, do they get training for the stand stuff? No, I don't think so. And that's one of the reasons why it's it's hit or miss as to whether or not they're able to translate what's in their brain to the jury. Stephanie Zoom, I think. Question, could they have deliberately called Proctor now to make sure Jackson wasn't there? Possibly, but I mean, Yannetti's still there, and maybe he was planning to be the one to cross-examine him. And also, the testimony could go long and then end up being picked up when Jackson gets back. So that's, that's not necessarily something that would work. Justin Perry, Legalbytes, if Proctor doesn't testify as a prosecution witness, will this raise a red flag for the jury? The jury is not usually aware of legal proceedings, so would this create a suspicion? I think this would, because there's been so much talked about him and he's the lead investigator. It's just weird to not call the lead investigator in any trial. Chelsea the Law Nerd, question, he didn't tender him as an expert. Does that affect his testimony? So yeah, he's not an expert witness. He is still a lay witness, even though he's testifying to some very, very technical stuff. So he's a witness to testify as to things that happened, and to explain why he did the things that he did. But that's not necessarily the same thing as delivering an opinion on various aspects of things. So yeah, he still is limited as to what he can testify because he is a lay witness. Robin Glenn, Legalbytes, will reporters in the courtroom be allowed to comment on the minor's testimony? Yes, they will be able to write about it. They can't give details like personal information details or descriptions of them and like things like that to maintain their privacy. However, they can testify, or they can write about what they testified to. So within those limits. Carolyn V, who did the DNA cross, Jackson or Yannetti? They were excellent at asking specific, clarifying, and translating questions about procedures used, what they do, and why they're important. I think that was Jackson. I think it was. KM, Legalbytes, how do the lawyers select their expert witness? Do they interview multiple experts? Wouldn't they pick experts who can give clear and concise explanations? So yeah, I mean, that part of the process of choosing an expert witness is to have a conversation with them over the phone about like the case and the facts and their opinions and their thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And so, to be able to have a conversation with them is an important part of it. Sometimes though, you are limited on the facts of your case and whether you can find experts who are going to testify in a way that is beneficial to your case. Sometimes you kind of have to scrape the bottom of the barrel, and that includes being able to find someone who is knowledgeable, willing to testify that help in a way that helps you, credibly so, and also is able to translate all of that into common English. It's a skill that is ideal, but sometimes you can't find someone because of just the facts of your case. David S. question, why would the two children call Karen the defendant if they were not coached? Normally a child would refer to someone by their first name. I don't know about coached. It could just be because they're used to referring to her as a defendant at this point. It's kind of a distancing sort of language. Maybe that's how they've heard everybody referring to her as, and so they've just kind of naturally adopted that. That can be something like that too. Um, yeah, I understand your reservation about it. Life on Makeup, Alita, if you could ask Lolly one question, what would it be? Um, I would ask him, why don't you ask simpler questions? That might be the question that I would ask him. You know, easier to follow questions. Why? Why don't you do it? Dionysia Jaclo, question. Did you find articles about what the niece and nephew testified? I haven't looked at it yet. I'll see if I can take some time in the break. If I can do that, I will do so. Spunky Nuggets, is it true? Insert fact that he just testified on direct. No, that's not accurate. I may have missed another question and nabbed this one instead, but that is funny. Draco Amy, question. Are the medical reports in doctor's handwriting? If so, how can anyone read them? That's funny. Dave Beatty, Legalbytes, question. I almost thought Dr. Rice would be a good witness. Then he fell apart on cross. Does the prosecution actually have anyone to prove anything other than there was snow on the ground? I don't know. I'm hoping that the nurses will be able to actually translate some of this into common English in a better way, because it's just like easier for overall, like just overall, comprehension of the facts of this case. Sorry, Lucian, we have all been looking at this trial from a view of a functioning community, but what with this doctor, it feels like everyone is wild. Question, if the jury is just as wild, how will that play out? I don't know. It's like the blind leading the deaf, right? Is that how we say the phrase? I don't know. That's just it's wild what is happening in this case. Mark O'Hara, will the children's testimony become public or part of the record, or is it redacted? It will probably remain protected, but there is a record of it. It's all going to be in a transcript, which will be useful for a potential appeal. But I don't know, how long that will be protected if they decide to unseal it at some point, like later, maybe after the attorney. I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but it should not be immediately available at the very least. I will say that. Spider C3, Legalbytes. I was personally given some training in as much as we were taught how our reports may be used in court cases, that you would eventually testify for something, but no witness prep. Okay, that's good clarification. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. I'm glad that you guys were given that, because that's really helpful. Malius Maximus, thank you so much for this super chat. Great coverage. Is there any other reasonable explanation why he would be so evasive other than being under threat of a threat or at risk of perjury? Can't see any other way. I mean, I think that most likely, like looking at just this witness, I think that he has a hard time kind of explaining things, and I wonder if maybe he gets a little bit defensive when he's got people pushing back on him, just generally speaking. Maybe that's just his MO. That could also be something that's going on here that's just unrelated to him testifying as a witness, that it's just, when he has somebody pushing back on him and what he's said and what he's done, it may be a personality kind of a thing. Yellow Pill NP, thanks for the super chat. They teach us to document as if it'll be read in court, but then they don't let us read it in court. I know, that's the great irony, right? Oh man. Well, thank you so much for the super chat, and also to everybody else for all of your comments and questions. I am going to close this out now so that I can get a really quick break. And then we'll come back for the afternoon session. This should redirect directly into the next stream, which is set for like 40 minutes from now. I'm going to change that so that it's we go live at the time that she said. But that is all ready to go. So if it doesn't redirect you, I'm going to try to put some social media posts out there as well to try to get that kind of stuff. But you should be automatically redirected to it. And thank you so much to everybody for joining me for all of this. whether you're watching live or on replay. You're in the chat, you're in the comments, you're just lurking. I love all of it. Thank you so much for joining me. This is the biggest stream that we've had yet with concurrent viewers. So hopefully that continues. I love it. The poll. Thank you so much. Thank you. I always forget. Thank you so much for that. Okay, the poll going into day 18. All right. What's the result? What's the result? Come on. I'm trying to end it. It should show up. There we go. Okay, we've had 3,300 votes. Okay. Going into day 18, how are you leading regarding KR's murder charge? Not guilty, 78%. Need more info, 17%. Guilty, 4%. Very interesting to see that. Okay. All right, folks. We'll have a new poll for the afternoon stream. I hope you guys can join us for the afternoon stream when we get some more testimony. Hopefully we're going to get the medical examiner. Hopefully we'll get those nurse practitioners so we can actually understand how he was actually treated at the Good Samaritan Hospital. Because otherwise there was a lot of confusion there from that testimony. And that for me about does it. I'll see you guys very, very soon.